Right. Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to day 2 of our training. Thank you for joining us. Um, did want to give one quick housekeeping note. Because I am here trying to do the slides and also keep an eye on the lobby and letting people in. Um, it became a lot for me to keep up with the slides while also letting people in and also making sure that people were joining in muted mode so that it wasn't interrupting the training. So today I did set everyone's mics to automatically be muted. I'm not sure if you guys are going to be able to unmute yourself or if you're going to have to raise your hand and have us unmute you. But I just did want to let everyone know that was why I made that change, just so that when people are coming in, that if they're so their mics were definitely going to be muted so that we didn't have any interruptions that way. Um, so yeah, that's just want to be very upfront about that's the reason why that change was made. Um, okay, we are being recorded, just so everyone knows. Um, and I've tried to move the slides around to make it work a little bit better schedule-wise. So hopefully we will going to try to end a little bit early today since we were a little bit late yesterday. So hopefully we'll be getting out of here by 3:30, 3:45 or so Eastern time this afternoon. I'm going to share the slides here. All right, so once again, welcome. Just as a refresher on our format this year, obviously instead of having 3 kind of uh, half day of a 3-day half day training, we're doing 2 full days with a lunch break each day. We are kind of feeling out the flow as we go. So it's not scheduled quite as strictly as last year was, as the past few years have been. So it's going to be determined more by how quickly we move through the information rather than having individual module breakouts. The slide deck will be provided after the training, and the trainings will be posted on IHCDA's partner website. And we will be holding a Q&A session probably within a few weeks. So we are going to try to hold off on the very hyper-specific kind of rabbit hole questions. We'd like to give you a chance to review and really digest the training and the manual before we dive down those dumpster holes. However, we will have breaks throughout this training in order to ask clarifying questions on the material that we're going over. But once again, just those more specific scenario walkthroughs or one-off situations should be saved either for the QA session or for more of an offline email. Right. So today, we did get through everything from day 1. I probably will leave a minute or two for if anyone has any follow-up clarifications from yesterday, but mostly we're going to be diving right in. So we're going to try to get through benefits, crisis, and application approvals, denials, and appeals before going to lunch. Then we'll take a lunch break. And after lunch, we'll be going through transmittals, fiscal monitoring, vendor review, and finally program integrity. once again, just review from yesterday. If you can have your camera on, that's helpful for me to be able to get kind of nonverbal feedback from people to see that people are engaged with the material. I have multiple screens up here, so I have the slide deck that you guys are seeing on one screen. I have my view of the slides with notes and kind of the upcoming slides on another screen. And then I do have the this meeting on a third screen. So it is helpful for me if those who are able to have a camera on have that on. But we do ask that you please give this training your full attention. That being said, if you need to take a quick break, if you need to stretch your legs, get some coffee, get some water, please do so. We will try to have stopping points so you can do that. But if you need a break on your own time, please do that. Please attend to your own needs. Treat yourself and others with respect, and remember that we all share the same mission. And Angela, I see that you have your hand up. You should be able to unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
I can.
Okay. Do you know when the new applications will actually be sent over to us for us to know when we can get them out?
I don't have a firm date on that yet. We are still working on some things with that. But it will be we set that early application date of 8/25. We know that some agencies who are going to be doing that will be using the services of a printer, so they'll want to have that ahead of that 8/25 date. I'm hoping we'll have that to you within a month, so you should have plenty of time with that. But yeah, I don't have a firm date on that yet.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Antonio.
There's some difficulty with my computer, so ignore my hand up.
Okay, gotcha. All right. And let's see. Okay. Does anyone have any other any clarification questions on anything from yesterday that is kind of burning a hole in their brains? All right. If not, okay. Joni, let me. Cool. Joni, you should be able to unmute.
Hey, good morning, Thomas. This is Rosa.
Oh, hey, Rosa.
Quick question for you. Yesterday, you were going over a question that Julie posted regarding the check stub from December and something about a January check stub. I believe you said to use the December income because it gives a more realistic amount of what they would have made. But I didn't catch the part on was it like for the first check that they received for the month of January, or what was it? What was it for?
So the discussion was about the fact that there's a quirk with the Excel worksheet where if that because it counts a week as always it uses the Fridays to count weeks, and so if an applicant applies in January and they provide their first pay stub of the year and that first pay happened before that first Friday, if they have like a Wednesday or Thursday pay date, then the tool is actually going to count that as 0 weeks. So what I had suggested was if someone has a pay stub with a pay date before the first Friday of January, you should just change that date to that first Friday in January. And Julie had mentioned that in those cases, because you only have 1 week or maybe 2 weeks for a 2 week pay period to go off of, that pay is going to be more easily skewed if it's not a typical work week for them.
Okay.
Especially if they're working retail, that pay may have been from during the Christmas holiday, and they may have had a lot of extra overtime they wouldn't normally have. So she likes to use a December pay stub because it's for the full year and it'll better show what's typical for them. And I agreed with her that was a good strategy. So
Okay.
you could do either one would be acceptable. But I liked Julie's approach to that.
Okay. So if we were to have, let's just say the application was in February
Mm-hmm.
and you know what? I just lost my train of thought. Never mind.
Okay.
If it comes back, I'll tell you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Carla.
Hi, Thomas. I had a question on income.
Yeah.
So historically, if someone applied in a given month, then we could look at either the 3 previous months of income.
Mm-hmm.
So for example, if someone applied on April 15th, we would be looking at income March, February, January. With the 13-week process, does that mean that if we're looking at January income, we couldn't look at income that was before January 14th because counting those 13 weeks? So I guess my question is, are we still looking at the 3 prior months, or are we having to count or potentially count income that was in April as well?
Sorry, run that by me one more time.
So historically, when we're looking at
Yeah.
income, we could look
Mhm.
at the 3 prior months of income. So if someone
Right.
applied in 1 month, we're getting the 3 prior months of income.
Right.
Is that still a thing? Or with the 13 weeks, if someone applied in that given month, are we potentially looking at income from that month up to that data application?
Yeah. So now when we're looking at the earned income, we are looking at that 13 weeks from that date of application, rather than looking at the complete previous months.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Absolutely. And Angela.
Can you hear me?
I can.
So my question was back about the Excel sheet where if they were paid before the first Friday in January, we could change the date to the first Friday on Excel so that it works out correctly. Will
Yes.
quality be made aware of this? Because we have previously changed the date in the past, like we had been told, we were told we could not do that without contacting and getting it in writing.
Yeah. So the monitoring team is on this training right now, so they do hear me saying this. And I'm going to also be sure that this makes it into the final version of the manual. So
Thank you so
you will be
much.
set. Absolutely. Okay, and Carla, is that a new question?
Yes, sorry, new question.
Yeah.
So in terms of needing an IVA, since we can take income from any of or pay stub from any of the previous 91 days or previous 13 weeks, the application does not necessarily ask if someone is no longer working. Is that something that can be added to the application so that we know that? Because otherwise we don't necessarily know that we'll need an IVA for a later month. So if we take in a pay stub from November, we don't know that they weren't working in December.
Yeah,
If they applied in January, for example.
That's a fair question. I'm going to be perfectly honest. I don't think we're going to be able to add that this year. I don't think we're going to be able to get that into rowing. And we need to be sure that we're having people apply with the same questions in the same way across all of our different application avenues. So because of our limitations with what we're able to do with EAP Connect, I don't think we're going to be able to get that in. That's been something that's been on my mind for a few years now. You know, to give you a little bit of a peek behind the curtain, that's something that I'm targeting for next year. I think my understanding of how EIS is working, I think we're going to be able to be a lot more successful getting that into EIS.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Great question, though, and good for food for thought. Thank you. All right, Ingrid.
I understand what you just said about trying not to make a whole lot of changes, but that actually the employment question is still in EAP Connect. It just has been disabled. And so online applicants may or may not have completed that anyway. So, I mean, I know that we see something different in EAP Connect than you do. And so I just at least wanted to point that out.
Yeah, it has to do with the way the question is structured, though, and the way it interacts with things. It would be a different relationship, and yeah, we're not able to do that scale of changes, unfortunately, this year. But good point. All right. I am going to move us forward now. And I'm going to try to pace this so that we can end right around lunchtime. So let's jump into benefits. During this section, we will be covering the benefits eligibility review, credit balance changes, changes to the benefits, changes to crisis benefits, closed accounts, and individual checks. Just as a reminder, when it comes to benefit eligibility review, I know we mentioned this yesterday, but note that our MOA with vendors requires that they cooperate with LSPs and ICDA by providing customer information upon request. This does include billing statements, so you can get a customer billing statement from a vendor at any time. As I talked about yesterday, for those of you who work with our larger metered vendors, a lot of them have online portals that you can log into and actually download the billing documents without having to call in and make a special request. And we are trying to expand that. This is also a bit of review from yesterday, but just bears repeating. When you're reviewing the eligibility for benefits, if an applicant does not turn in a billing statement for one or more of their utilities, they should not be marked as incomplete, and they should not have an incomplete letter requiring them to submit that information. Instead, you should be contacting a utility vendor to request a copy of the account statement as of the application date, or send that utility or fuel account information request to the vendor. The one asterisk on this is if you are already having to mark the application incomplete for other reasons, if the applicant did not turn in their income documentation or something else that is required, since you're already going to be sending in that, you're already going to be asking the applicant to submit additional information, you absolutely may also ask them to send in that utility billing statement at the same time. Now, if the applicant does turn in a billing statement with their application, but it is the incorrect billing statement, if it does not align with the application date, then that also is a time when you should be requesting the appropriate billing statement from the vendor, downloading it from a vendor portal, or submitting a utility or fuel account information request to that vendor. An example would be if the billing statement provided is from 2 months prior to the application. Now, once the household eligibility has been determined and the household has been approved, at that point, intake may begin to determine benefit eligibility. For the eligibility review, intake will require the utility information, which includes billing statements or account information, as well as any vulnerable population documentation if it is applicable to the household. Now, if vulnerable population documentation is requested from the applicant, intake shall take note the day the request was made to explain why the benefit eligibility review is being delayed from the time of the household programmatic eligibility, and note the date that the documentation is due, i.e. 14 days from completion of household eligibility determination. If the applicant fails to return the documentation by this date, then intake shall proceed with that benefit eligibility determination without awarding any vulnerable population status. But hopefully, in most cases, you already have any required vulnerable population documentation, and you're able to just do this at the time of the programmatic eligibility determination. So yeah, kind of what I just said. In most cases, the ICDA does expect the benefit eligibility review to be completed and claims added to the approved applications at the time of that household eligibility approval determination. However, in cases where additional information is needed, we do expect those claims will be added within 14 days at most from that date of approval. Okay, credit balance changes. So there's really not much of a change here. Really, it's just a change from where we were at the beginning of the program year last year, but we did issue a mid-season guidance last year. So a lot of you will probably remember last year we lowered the threshold on credit balances from 500 to 250 for metered utilities, and from 750 down to 500 for deliverable bulk heating fuels. And we were not allowing applicants to come back and receive that benefit, even if their credit balance fell below that threshold. We did issue a policy guidance probably around January or February that retracted the policy of not allowing an applicant to return and have that benefit released to them if their credit balance fell below the threshold. For this year, we are keeping the threshold values in place at 250 and 500, but we are continuing with the policy that allows the applicant to come back and receive that benefit once they have used that excess credit balance and it falls below that threshold. After cutting the benefits last year in order to serve more households, we are going to modestly increase the benefits this year. We do anticipate that the average benefit amount per household will increase. But I do want to note that we are doing this in a way that we are stratifying that increase, and we are specifically targeting the households with the lowest income. And so we are anticipating that some of the households in the higher income brackets may actually not see a change in their benefit as compared to last year. But we are anticipating that the households with the lowest incomes will see an increase, and that increase is going to drive an increase in the overall average benefit. So I'm going to walk through the benefit matrix and show you where exactly those changes are happening. So this slide will compare, and all the subsequent slides that are going through the benefit matrix lines will compare 2025 to 2026. 2025 is on the left, and the future state of 2026 is on the right. So as you can see from this slide, any household that has heat in the rent, and any household that's in the 45 to 60% of SMI bracket is going to have their income matrix points unchanged from 2025. They're still going to receive two matrix points based on their income. However, 30 to 45% of SMI In 2025, they're receiving 4 points based on their income. We're going to increase that to 5 points based on their income. So they're going to get $125 based on their income as opposed to 100. And then that lowest income bracket, that 0 to 30% of SMI bracket, in 2025, we were giving them 6 points based on their income for $150. In 2026, we're going to give them 9 points. So that bumps their matrix or their award based on income up from $150 to $225. The next line item in the benefit matrix is the dwelling. So the dwelling is unchanged from 2025. We're keeping it steady where it was. Last year, the one change we made was we adjusted the site-built single home to reflect that on balance, they tend to have higher usage for heating as composed to mobile homes and multi-unit homes. The heating fuel, we are making a slight change here that will impact all households except for all metered households, rather, as but with the exception of those with heating included in the rent. So any household that has heating included in the rent is going to continue to not receive any additional points based on their heating fuel. However, last year we also eliminated any additional points for anyone with heating with electricity or natural gas. We are providing 1 matrix point for anyone heating with electricity or natural gas in order to help cover their basic service charge. And the 6 points for any bulk deliverable fuel or biofuel remains unchanged from 2025. So this is just going to give an additional $25 benefit to households who have a direct heating burden with their electricity or natural gas. And the vulnerable populations, that is going to continue to be unchanged from last year. Last year, we did lower that from 4 points to 2 points. We are going to hold steady with 2 points for program year 2026. And finally, we have the electricity adder. So last year was our first change in the electricity adder, our first significant change in the electricity adder in quite a long time. So I know we used to do a flat benefit, which had changed over the year, but it was always administered in the same way. Last year, we went from a $150 flat benefit to stratifying it based on income or whether electricity was included in the rent. So we kind of made it similar to the income points on the matrix. This year, we are continuing with that, and we just adjusted the amounts slightly. So electricity included in rent is going to continue to get only $50 for that electricity. Anyone in that highest income bracket is going to continue to get $50 as they did last year. The middle bracket of 30 to 45% SMI is going to be increased from $75 to $100. So they'll get a $25 bump. And that 0 to 30% bracket is also going to get a $25 bump. So they're going to go from $100 for the electricity to $125. Crisis benefits are staying steady with where we had them in 2025, $400 per utility per household, total maximum of $800 per household. We are continuing with the policy of crisis being administered based on the utility bill at the time of application. So if an application is not in crisis when they apply, and then they go into crisis while the application is in process, we're going to continue with the policy of the application may be expedited in order to fully resolve that crisis. However, we should continue to award crisis based on the bill at the time of application. And a household may return for additional crisis benefit once if they are experiencing an energy crisis between March 1st, 2026 and April 20th, 2026. That will help them avoid a disconnection once moratorium ends. Once again, we are asking that additional crisis benefit be extended only once. This is to avoid setting a precedent of an applicant coming back over and over again. It also helps reduce the number of touches on the application on the LSP end. So if the applicant is only in crisis on one of their utilities when they come back, that's the only utility they're going to get a second crisis on. They're not going to be able to come back. If their electric is in crisis on March 1st, they're not going to be able to come back on April 1st again if their natural gas is now in crisis. If they come back between March 1st and April 20th and both of their utilities are in crisis, you are going to be able to give crisis to both those utilities as long as they have crisis remaining for both those utilities. So here's just a chart that once again summarizes those changes and contextualizes them with regards to 2025. So basically, the lowest income applicant has a potential to receive an additional $100 in the matrix. And that crisis benefit is unchanged. So our total maximum possible benefit per household is going to go up to $1,425 this year. Just a review of providing benefits with regard to closed accounts. So with closed accounts, it all comes down to the timing and whether there's going to be any continued service. So an EAP benefit can be applied to a closed account as long as the client received the notification that they were approved for a benefit before that account was closed. However, a vendor may not apply an EAP benefit to an account if those funds are pledged or transmitted after the client has closed the account. There's a little sliver there where there's kind of a Schrodinger's cat situation almost. If you happen to have one that falls into that category where the applicant receives a notification of benefit while an account is open, but then by the time it's transmitted, that account is closed, we will work with you individually on that. But in general, if they received the notification, we are going to try to give them benefit, whether it's to that account or to another account if they have if they've moved. The underlying principle here is once we have sent them an approval, that approval sticks for the rest of the heating season, for the rest of the program year, essentially. So if they've moved, as long as we already approve them, we are going to be able to provide that benefit to whatever the new account is. But by that same token, if they are approved and they've already closed the account, if they leave an outstanding balance there, we don't want that utility vendor to accept funds on an account that is not going to provide continuing service in order to pay off the debt of that applicant. We want that benefit to go to whatever their new account is at whether they changed vendors or whether they moved somewhere. We want to ensure that we are providing that benefit where it is going to continue to provide them energy and or heat. So benefits may only be awarded to accounts that are scheduled for closure or in final bill status if the receipt of that benefit will result in that account being reinstated and service continued at the address of record and for that customer. So here's an example with a closed account. A client closed an electric account and declared bankruptcy after submitting a mail-in application. The LSP transmitted a benefit 5 days after that account was closed. The utility vendor didn't catch that the account was closed when checking the transmittal and approved the transmittal. When the funds are paid to the utility vendor, it applied the funds to an outstanding balance on a closed account. In this scenario, the vendor should have rejected the benefit on the transmittal. If it did get through the transmittal process and was paid out, then it is actually the responsibility of the vendor to send that entire benefit back to IHCDA, not to apply part of it and send back the balance. Okay, so individual checks. LSPs should make an effort to have clients who receive a direct payment benefit sign up for ACH or direct deposit, or to waive their direct benefit to a utility that they pay separately. Basically, the reasons why we want them to opt in either for ACH or for waiving to a separate utility is because I'm sure a lot of you know, dealing with checks and especially lost checks is a very time-consuming and labor-consuming effort. We have a lot of our applicants who will lose checks. They'll misplace checks and forget about them and then find them a year later and then try to cash them. And also just having the mail-in process and the possibility of them being lost in the mail. Doing it through ACH or waiving it to a separate utility is faster, more secure, and hopefully will result in less less kind of back and forth and follow up on payment discrepancies. However, IHCDA's banking institution will continue to print and mail the checks and to initiate direct deposits. If a biofuel client is in crisis and needs an immediate benefit, and the LSP does not enter into MOAs with biofuel vendors, then that LSP should issue the client an immediate crisis benefit and submit a claim to IHCA for reimbursement. The LSP must include a list of clients who received a crisis benefit with that claim submission. So as a reminder, we do allow LSPs to enter into MOAs with individual local biofuel vendors, wood vendors, and they can actually issue a voucher for that wood that will allow the applicant to purchase wood immediately without necessarily having to cut a check to that client. That does ensure that that client is going to be using that benefit to purchase wood in order to keep warm. But if you don't have any local vendors that you're able to enter into an MOA with, or if you choose not to do MOAs, then in order to meet crisis timelines and get this applicant wood, we do expect LSPs to issue that that crisis benefit via a check that they cut directly. And as a reminder, for clients who do have utilities including their rent, they must actually have a responsibility to pay rent out of pocket. They must not be 100% subsidized on their rent. And that threshold is only $1 out-of-pocket responsibility. And I am just going to quickly go over a couple of clarification points with crisis. When we are working with crisis and crisis timelines, I do want everyone to remember the difference between crisis mitigation and a crisis benefit. So crisis mitigation is defined as taking an action that is likely to result in the crisis situation being resolved without further escalation. I think the key phrase there is likely to. We are providing applicants with resources and tools, but we are not necessarily responsible for all of the follow through there. A crisis benefit, meanwhile, is a disbursement of funds intended to address and resolve a crisis situation. And that could be, for instance, the utility is disconnected, the household has a disconnection notice for the utility, or the household is out of or low on their deliverable heating fuel. When providing a mitigating action, we do not necessarily need to guarantee that the action we took provide continuing service. After all, sometimes the needs are greater than the resources we are able to provide, and sometimes it's just out of our hands or outside of even our sphere of knowledge, our ability to monitor it. And remember that all mitigating actions must be documented within the case file. Some examples of mitigating actions that we could be taking include providing referrals to other resources, negotiating an extension or continuation of services with the utility vendor, using non-LIHEAP funding sources, stress on the non-LIHEAP funding sources to provide blankets or a portable heater, providing a voucher for a night in a hotel room if the household is without heat or electricity and needs a place to stay, or providing an air conditioning unit. Once again, that cannot be with LIHEAP funding sources, but that it would be an example of a mitigating action if you have a funding source that can provide something like that. A crisis benefit, meanwhile, when providing a crisis benefit, we do need to ensure that our benefit actually provides a resolution to the crisis in the form of continuing service. And I think we are going to be going over this a little bit more in depth this afternoon, but I do want to kind of let everyone know we're trying to streamline this year through an additional clause in the vendor MOA. And our intention is that this will reduce the burden on intake as well as eliminate the burden on the applicant of needing to provide a customer contribution. So again, we'll talk about that a little bit more after lunch today. But applicants may receive up to, as we talked about earlier, up to $400 per utility or $800 per household. A total electric household may receive both the electric and heating allotments to their electricity. Crisis is assessed based on the bill at the time of application. And as we talked about earlier, a household may return once for any remaining crisis benefits if they experience a crisis between March 1st and April 20th. Sorry, I'm just trying to see where we are in terms of time. Okay, we are still, I tried to slow down. We're still a little bit ahead of schedule for where I expected to be. Let's first, does anyone have any clarifying questions for anything that we've gone over already today? Um, all right, Julie, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Yep. Hi, thanks. So for the closed accounts, generally when we run a transmittal and the vendor rejects a claim because the account is closed, I don't try to follow up and send a letter to the client because I've assumed they've moved and I don't know their new address and they probably didn't forward their mail. So I just let it go. The part that we just went over with closed accounts, is the process different in any way? It sounded like it might be a little different, or am I just going to do what we've always done? And, if the client contacts us about having moved, then we do the benefit transfer form and all that? Or is there something different that I need to be mindful of?
Yeah, I think that's mostly it. I would suggest that if you can try to reach out to them, maybe if they, especially if they provide like an email address or a cell phone number, if you can at least try to make an effort, I think that would be best practice. But yeah, I think you're pretty much on the money there. And yeah, I agree that the mail forwarding might not be the the best way of getting in touch with an applicant who may have moved. But yeah, I would suggest trying an email or phone call if they provide um, email address and or cell phone number.
Okay, thanks.
Yep, thank you. Uh, Amber, you should be good. Amber, if you're talking, you are still muted.
I think she just messaged that she can't unmute.
Oh, huh. I have her mic enabled. Um, okay. Well, if you can put it in the chat, I will definitely get over to the chat after I'm done with the hands that are raised. Sorry, Amber, I'm not sure what's going on here because I definitely have you I definitely have your mic enabled where you should be able to unmute. Um, okay, gonna move forward to Brad. Sorry, Amber.
Okay, I want to kind of go over a few things. So the closed account, I did not see on the slide. Is it still policy? It can no longer be more than a year old?
I believe that might be in the policy manual.
Okay,
I don't, yeah.
I just didn't see it on the slide, so I wanted to kind of ask.
Yeah, I mean, I'll double check on the policy manual on that one. I don't have an answer to that off the top of my head.
Okay, and then again, if we are reconnecting a closed or a final billed account, we are reconnecting to the same service, we can issue the claim, the benefit claim.
Mm-hmm.
However, I'll use Duke as an example. As soon as it's a closed account, they change account numbers.
Right.
So are we entering what we have on the bill, that closed account bill account number, or do we need to get a new account number to enter into the claim?
We'll so I'll work with Henry on this. My preference to have clean documentation. My preference is that they establish the new account number, roll those charges in, allow us to pay on that new account to show that that's the account we're paying on and we're providing continuing service. Like I said, I'll work with Henry on it. I don't want to speak out turn since Henry's kind of managing a lot of that vendor stuff now. I know he's made a lot of progress with getting a lot of more consistent practices in place. But yeah, that's going to be something I'm going to consult with him on.
Okay, well, they're not going to get a new bill, so I'm just saying, are we
Right.
going to keep the original closed bill and then maybe do the utility form
Yeah,
over the
yeah,
phone with the vendor or whatever?
yeah, or they can send like a letter of credit or whatever.
Okay,
They should be able to send something that documents it. Yeah.
okay. The crisis slide, can you go back to that real quick?
Sure.
Sorry.
Let me no worries. I just need to which crisis slide specifically?
Yeah, keep going.
Keep
It
going.
was, yeah, it was, right. Oh, wait. It was the one where you said that at the time of application,
It
Wonder
was
if it
slide
was
192.
yeah, I think it was
192.
192.
Okay.
I think you said where at the time of application, if a household goes into crisis while the application is in process, the application should be, sorry,
Yeah.
and
You're
shall
good.
continue to award crisis benefit based on the bill at the time of application. But at the time of application, that bill was not in crisis.
Correct.
So you're saying we're giving them crisis
No.
or we're not?
Not giving crisis. Giving benefit. I see what you're saying with the wording. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah. So basically you would award crisis based on the bill at time of application. If there was no crisis on the bill at the time of application, that means no crisis at that time.
correct. That's the way it was, yes, last year.
Yeah.
We just expedited, but we did not give crisis. So are
Yeah.
we, and then I think again, are we keeping the original bill that's not in a disconnect with the disconnect bill to show the expedited?
Yeah, that would be fine. That would be fine. But yeah, we just want to be sure that the benefits we're awarding are based on what the bill was at time of application.
Okay. And
So
then,
I think the one time as I'm thinking through this, Brad, I think the one time where like a household might like go into disconnect but might still get some crisis based on the bill at the time of application is, say, if they were on a payment agreement when they
right,
applied and then they broke the payment agreement, so now they owe more. We
correct.
would be able to kind of do the payment agreement at the time of application, but if they have more at that time on the bill, like they wouldn't get that additional
That was,
crisis for that.
that was my next question. Okay. I
Yeah,
wanted to
yeah.
make sure. All right.
It's a weird semantic thing there. That probably could have been worded better. But
Okay.
I'll take ownership for that because as I mentioned, we're also in the middle of federal monitoring this week, so I
Yeah,
have
no,
not.
that's fine. I wanted to clarify. I knew what you were going at, but I wanted to clarify.
I'm editing slides during breaks here, man.
Okay. And then just a quick question on the benefit matrix. So
Yeah.
the electric adder went up, the $100 and the 125. So you're saying that if they're total electric, they're going to get an additional 25 under the fuel source as well?
Correct.
Okay. All right. That's what I had. Thank you.
Yeah. So if they're total electric, they would get they get whatever is the electric adder here. If they're vulnerable, they'll get that additional 50. They'll get the 25 here.
Okay.
Yeah, and then based on their dwelling and their income.
Okay, cool. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, Stacy, you should be good to unmute.
Okay, so Brad took my question about the crisis payments, but I did want to ask if someone applies in, let's say, August or early October, and then they contact us in November 23rd with now they're in disconnect. Can we give them a crisis since we're not in moratorium yet?
No, we're still going to give it based on what the bill was at time of application, and we do have so little bit of a spoiler. Well, I kind of alluded to some changes to the MOAs that we're doing to try to ease burden with terms of in terms of client contributions. So we're going to kind of get that, but we think we have a solution where even if it's outside a moratorium, even in a situation like that where they go into crisis, they're still going to be protected. And more on that after lunch.
Thanks.
Mm-hmm. Right. I am going to get caught up on the chat now. Okay, so I think we got Julie's. So Carla is asking, slide 192, if someone goes into crisis after applying, but before March 1st, we expedite the application, but do not provide crisis benefits since they are not in crisis at the time of application, but they go into crisis between March 1st and April 20th, we can pull a recent bill to award them crisis. Yeah, so they should be, obviously they would be coming back to you and letting you know that they're in crisis. And so they can receive crisis at that time. If you're asking if it's someone who applied before March 1st, are you going to routinely pull updated bills in order to give crisis? I would say no. We're still going to want to give initial benefits based on what it was at the time of application. Frankly, I don't want you and your team to have that additional burden of pulling additional bills for every applicant that you have. So yeah, it would only be if they come to you and let you know they're in crisis and they're either providing that bill to you or they're letting you know so that you can pull the bill. Ingrid is asking, who would provide the voucher for a hotel room? What funding source? And yeah, I can't necessarily give you any guidance on that, Ingrid. All I know is I'm responsible for the LIHEAP grant, and that is not something we provide through that. But if you have any, I don't know if that's something that CSBG could do. If you had that in your CSBG plan, I don't know if you had any private funding sources, or if you want to use unrestricted. But basically, it's if you had a funding source that could do that, and you were to do that, that would be a mitigating action you could document.
Okay,
Does that make
so
sense?
it does. I just wanted to clarify that it was not going to come out of LIHEAP funding. So,
Correct.
okay, thank you for that.
Absolutely. Joni, regarding self-pay, if the client applied and moved out of the state before they're approved, what is the process? So there is something in the policy manual that states that the applicant must maintain residence until approval in order to be approved. If they move out of the state before they're approved, they are not going to be able to receive that benefit. If they're approved and then moved out of the state, what is the process? So that's a good follow-up question. If they approve and if they're approved and they move out of the state before they actually receive their check, they are going to be able to supply you with their new address and with the date that they moved. You're going to send that to us over here at the EAP inbox, and we will confirm with our program accounting team that the date that they moved is after when the date that the check was issued. As long as it was after, we will be able to reissue that check to the new address. All right, and then I have Amber's questions. If someone applies in October and is not in crisis, then before we get a chance to process them, they return in November with disconnect, so we pull their application to process them. Are you saying the crisis we give is not based on the disconnect they give us? We use what was owed on the bill provided at the time of the application, even if that and their regular benefit isn't enough to stop that disconnect. Correct. And that kind of gets to what Stacy was asking. We are going to have some clarification on that after lunch. Next one is from Julie. Regarding the new account numbers in the case of a closed Duke account, can I please keep everyone posted because this will be a change. In the past, Duke would ensure the claims would be applied to the new account, but we would have the previous info in EAP Connect, as we wouldn't be taking the time needed to wait for the new account to be established to obtain a new bill or utility account info. Yes, definitely, Julie. And then Amber has a follow-up. Follow-up on that is, according to something I think I saw when going over the manual draft this program year, are we allowed to give crisis even if it will not mitigate the crisis situation, causing them to still get disconnected? Yes, that basically, and I think we're going to be talking about this more after lunch. What we're trying to do, what Henry and I are working on right now with our legal team, is getting something put into the MOA where one of the terms of the MOA will be that contingent on accepting funds, a vendor will agree to continue service for an applicant through at least the next billing period. So basically what we're trying to do is build in where even if it's outside of moratorium, by accepting funds, they're agreeing to continue service, even if it is less than what is owed. So hopefully that will ease some of the burden of trying to piece together funding for everyone when it's outside moratorium period. Will ease the burden of trying to ensure that, you know, if it is outside a moratorium, is this going to keep them covered? And will also help hopefully put applicants more at ease and less at risk of disconnection, even if they are approved. Can second crisis be given to a client with a payment plan? Yes. So if they went into disconnect and they enrolled in an arrearage payment plan in order to prevent that disconnection after moratorium, that payment plan is still in our definitions of meeting a crisis. Even though they have already mitigated it, that crisis still exists. If they don't keep up with that payment plan, they are going to be eligible for disconnection. All it does is kick the can down the road. So we are still going to be able to use crisis funds in order to help alleviate that. Laura is asking, if a client doesn't have a disconnect at the time of application but receives one before being processed, are we to include that disconnect notice with the application even though we will not be given crisis? You can include that in the file, Laura. I think since it's not part of the eligibility determination, it's not necessarily required to be in the client file, but it can be good context. I will say if you are expediting if you're pulling the applicant forward ahead of other applicants because of that going into disconnection, it might be a good idea to include that just to explain why you pulled them forward. Julie, sometimes, but this is in reference to Brad saying that you have to call Duke to get a benefit transferred verbally when and the client had an account closed and then established a new account. And Julie said sometimes if we're helping a client get reconnected and discussing it with Duke while working on it, it was almost a given that they knew to apply to the restored account. But that now had a new account number, and therefore we weren't waiting for a new account to be set up, etc. All right, good conversation there. And then Veronica is asking why the 211 application assistance process is being discontinued. Basically, Veronica, it's a combination of two things. First is, to be perfectly frank, overwhelming negative feedback from the network. So, you know, we definitely try to hear and respond to the feedback that we're hearing from everyone. We received a lot of negative feedback over the past few years over the Protiviti team. And to be perfectly transparent, we entered into that contract at a time when we had a lot of additional funding. We had the CARES Act, we had ARPA, we had the IIJA, which we are going to be entering our final year of that additional IIJA funding. After ARPA expired, we did have an additional supplemental award. All those extra funding sources have dried up. Meanwhile, Protiviti's contracts are becoming more and more expensive. At this point, so this year, the only additional funding we had was IIJA. Our funding is tight this year. We do not have a lot of additional funding. We are carrying over a lot less than we have in any previous year since the pandemic started. It's definitely getting to a point where just from a fiscal standpoint, it's unsustainable. And for us to spend that kind of money on our overhead for something that a lot of the network seems to feel they're not getting a lot of value out of, we'd rather use that funding in a more productive way. But yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm sorry to hear that, Veronica. But I'm glad that you are in a position here now. Laura, regarding closed Duke accounts, if the client needs new service at another address, we've always made pledges to the old account, which then allows the client to set up a new account. Once the new account is set up, documentation of this is obtained from Duke and claims are entered using the new account. Yeah, it's just a matter of making sure that we are able to have our application documentation tell the story and show that the right amount. We always want to make sure that we're showing that the right amount went to the right service at the right address. So it's a matter of just having the documentation in place. And like I said, Henry's working hard on getting more consistency in how that's done, and we will definitely keep everyone up to date whenever anything changes. And Delilah is asking, were we able to get feedback on if we can use the 1099 for those who applied? So Delilah, I have not had time to do that yet. We ran late yesterday. I'm probably not going to be able to get feedback on that for at least another week. Right now with being in this training and federal monitoring this week, I'm not going to be able to have any availability to be able to work on problems like that this week, unfortunately. All right. So sorry if I didn't set that expectation appropriately yesterday. Okay, Brad.
I just want to piggyback real quick on what you were saying about verbiage in the MOA, protecting the client and such. Okay, so can you also possibly add whatever verbiage? A lot of the prepay account vendors want the transmittal. And there's been times where we had issues where we could not run transmittals because the funding was not entered in EAP Connect correctly or has not been entered yet or whatever. So can you add like verbiage where it's verbally a pledge or it's an online email pledge or even the approval letter to get them protected, especially with the prepay accounts on electric? Because my vendors, I mean, they want that transmittal.
Yeah. And are you saying that's even during moratorium?
Before.
Before.
Especially
Okay.
before, because, and I've not seen it on the slide yet, and I've not really read the whole
Yeah.
draft, but on the prepays, they have to be within 10 days. Is that still the same? Losing service within 10 days?
Yeah, that's still the definition of
Okay,
of
so
crisis. Yeah.
when I mitigate that and I start processing those to get them protected, a lot of times they won't protect unless they get the transmittal. Now,
Okay.
I will send them the approval letter, but again, if you can add that in the verbiage, that would be great.
Okay. I don't know. I'll check with Henry and see where we are in the process. Because I know it's currently with legal. I don't know if there's time to get anything more in, but I will check with Henry on that. Otherwise, what we can do is I can work with Henry on building those expectations just through kind of meetings and relationship building. But yeah, thank you for bringing that to my attention, and I will see what we can do.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Probably don't think, yeah.
Stacy.
Hey, I just wanted to clarify one thing about the crisis. I know we're going to go into it later, but let's say that we're going to go, we're working a crisis file. We log on, we get into Duke's portal. We see that they went and they paid it. At that point, should we still apply the crisis, or should we make a note that client paid the crisis before file was worked?
Award it based on what it was at the time of application. So if
even if we discover they paid it, still award it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Good question. Thanks. A couple more came in the chat. Julie's asking if Delilah means a 1099 from the previous year or for the coming year. Yes, that was a question from yesterday, Julie, where if someone applied with fixed income from Social Security Administration, and they apply late in the year, and then but they don't. If I remember right, it was if they apply late in the year and don't turn the income documentation, and then on the incomplete, they end up sending it to 1099, where technically the documentation is from after when they applied, but it covers the time when they applied. So oh, and I see that Delilah actually did clarify that in the chat for you. So yeah. Great. Laura's asking if it is renewal time for MOAs this program year. Yes, it is. Henry has been working real hard on that. Like I said, we are in the stage where we're having some back and forth with legal and trying to hammer out some of the minimal changes we did. Our biggest change this year is asking for that protection on an account, even outside moratorium until the next billing cycle, as a contingency for accepting a benefit. I think everything else is just fairly minor tweak. Oh, and just does clarify that the manual does still say that 1099s are eligible documentation from January 1st or April 15th. That seems like that is wrong and is something that should have been taken out because of the nature of when we're looking for income. So that might have been an oversight on our part. But I'll look into that. Thank you for that, Justa. And then Delilah is asking, is it valid to incomplete or deny an application for missing demographic answers, and if the furnace question is not answered? So for demographic answers, I do believe unknown or not reported is an option, I want to say. So I think we want to try to get those, but if an applicant is refusing to provide those, then we can say unknown, not reported. As far as the furnace question, I would say that we can still determine whether the household itself meets programmatic eligibility. If they are not telling us that they have a working heating source, we should probably not be releasing that heating benefit. So I think in that case, we could release an electric benefit, but they need to confirm to us that their heating source is working in order for us to provide that heating benefit. And Stacy, is that a new question or is your hand still up?
She walked out, so I think
Okay.
we're good.
Hand still up. Perfect. Okay. I think applicants, approvals, and denials, and then best practices are going to be everything we have before lunch. I'll see if I can make this last close to 43 minutes, along with some clarification questions. But otherwise, we're going to get through these next few slides, then we'll take lunch, and then we'll come back and finish out the day. So, applicant notifications. We're going to talk here about applicant communications, policy changes in the appeal process, and applicant's point of contact. So notifications, if an applicant has opted in to email communications, LSPs will not be required to send paper notifications. We are about to cover in more depth 3 types of applicant communications. So applicant communications are sent out when an application is either incomplete, approved, or denied. For an incomplete application, upon determination that an application is incomplete, the intake is required to provide written notification to the household of their status, of what they need in order to complete their application, how to submit the required information to the LSP, and the date that the documentation is due. The LSP is to notify applicants of this by using the incomplete application notification letter that is generated by the statewide database. Now, you may supplement this notification with a phone call or system notification in the statewide database, but please note that these notifications may not replace the official notification letter. The letter may be mailed by postal mail, or if the applicants provide an email address and opted into email notification, you may email it. In either case, proof of the notification must be uploaded to the case file. And that could just be having that notification letter in the case documents with the date reflected. You can have a case note saying that you mailed it out, case note saying that you emailed it. If you emailed it, you could always upload an electronic copy of that email just to document that was sent. But we do want to be sure that we're documenting that we sent something. And if an applicant returns the missing documentation in response to an incomplete letter, the LSP should be completing that eligibility determination within 14 days of the receipt of the information. So basically what I'm suggesting there is if we are going to give the applicant 14 days to turn it in, if they turn it in, we want to show them that same courtesy and act on that returned documentation in a timely manner. For approvals, upon determination that an applicant is approved, and after benefit determination has been completed and claims entered into the statewide database, intake is required to provide written notification of the household of their status, their benefit levels, and the appeal information. the LSP is to notify applicants of this by using their approval application notification letter generated by the statewide database. Once again, that may be mailed by postal mail, or if the applicant provided an email address and opted into email notification, you can email it. It can also be supplemented by a phone call or system notification, but those notifications may not replace the official notification letter. Providing written notification to the applicants is one of the 16 assurances that is required of us by the federal government. And for a denial, upon determination that an application is denied, intake is required to provide written notification of the status of their appeal information and of the information needed for reapplication. This is to be provided using the denial application letter that is generated by the statewide database. Can be supplemented by phone call or system notification, but these notifications may not replace the official notification letter. May be sent by postal mail or email as long as they opt in to email notification. And also, please take care to make sure that you are accurately recording the denial reason in the statewide database. That's for tracking purposes. Our different denial reasons in the statewide database are denial incomplete, denial over income, or denial other. We do have a bit of a policy change in the appeal process this year. So as of program year 2026, we are no longer going to have a third level ICDA appeal available. So there's going to be a first level with the manager or the executive director of the LSP. The second level will come to me. And at this point, in previous years, including the current year, we have had a third level appeal that was determined by Greg. The third level appeal was extremely limited. It was only to be used if the applicant was arguing that the determination was based on an illegal act, or if they felt that incorrect information was relied upon in the determination of the approval or denial status, or if they were claiming discrimination. So we looked at it and we determined that as far as the incorrect information being relied upon in order to make a determination, that likely should have been caught during either the first or second level appeal. It seemed like it was really redundant to have that go to a third level appeal. And as far as the illegal act or the discrimination, we felt that that really was not necessary. An appeal was not necessarily the appropriate place to address that. So we have done away with the third level appeal. My appeal determination is now going to be final. And if an applicant believes that their denial is based upon an illegal act or that they're being discriminated against, at that point, rather than filing a third level appeal, they may file a whistleblower complaint on ICDA's website. So just to review what the appeals process is, an applicant may file an appeal with the LSP within 30 days of their denial. It says denial here. It also can be an appeal of an approval if they do not agree with the amount that they are awarded. The appeal may be filed. It must be in writing, but they can either mail in or drop off an appeal letter. They can email in an appeal request, and we also have a way for them to appeal directly from their applicant portal on EAP Connect. For denied incomplete files, they may turn in missing information during that appeal window. We're basically going to treat that like an appeal, but they don't need to include a formal written appeal with that. Once an applicant submits an appeal, the LSP must respond to that appeal within 14 days of receiving that. And then once the LSP responds, applicants have 30 days in which they may submit a second appeal to me, to the ICDA Community Programs Manager. And once again, that can be by mailing in a letter. I've had applicants drop off a letter downstairs here at ICDA. They can email me directly or email the EAP inbox. And they can also file a second level appeal directly through EAP Connect. It is worth noting that ICDA review will not accept any new documentation or information. The purpose of the ICDA review is to review what information was available to the LSP, review the LSP's methods of processing the application, what they took into account in making their determination, as well as their appeal determination, and then ruling on that. I'm not going to accept any new documentation for an applicant who is appealing a denial for being incomplete. As far as I'm concerned, the applicant had 14 days during their incomplete period, as well as 30 days during their initial appeal period in order to turn that documentation. And they did receive both an incomplete letter and a denial letter telling them that they needed to turn that information. So if I do receive an appeal for an incomplete denial, my methodology is going to be to look through and kind of look and see did the LSP actually have all the required information available to them? Did they make the right call on that? Just to give you a little bit of a window into what I'm looking at when I look at these appeals. And as a reminder, when the LSP has a first level appeal, they must upload all that appeal correspondence to the case file. That includes anything that they receive from the applicant and anything that you send back to the applicant in response, and also log the appeal on the status page. We talked about this yesterday, but just as a reminder, please note that the LSP is to be the primary point of contact with the applicant. Please not direct applicants to call ICDA directly concerning their application or their benefits. The LSP should be attempting to address all the applicant's issues. If the escalation ICDA is necessary, please make sure that either intake staff or the EAP manager is making that escalation themselves rather than having the applicant do it. In order to provide the applicant with multiple methods of contacting the LSP, also the LSP must make an email address available to all applicants for correspondence, questions, and concerns. All right, we have, I think, 2 Slido questions coming up. I believe it is going to be a okay, so it looks like everyone who was registered yesterday is still registered. I have 94 people here participating in this quiz. But if there's anyone here who wasn't here yesterday, you can participate in a different tab on your browser by going to slido.com and entering that room number. You can also participate on a mobile device by either scanning that QR code or going to slido.com and entering the room number. I see more people registering. We're up to 100 here. I'm going to give it another minute or two before I advance to the question. Make sure that everyone's had a chance to register themselves on slido.com. And I feel pretty confident about my questions today, but as with yesterday, happy to reconsider if anyone has a different interpretation of the question or the answer than what I have. All right, I'm going to move us into the question. So how much time does an applicant have to turn in missing information or documentation from an incomplete application notice? They may not turn in information after the application, 10 days, 14 days, or 30 days. All right, we had 97% say 14 days, 1% say 10 days, 1% say 30 days. And 14 days was the correct answer. Good job, everyone. Next question. How much time does an applicant have to turn in information after being denied for an incomplete application? 10 days, 14 days, 30 days, or they may not turn in information to have their application reconsidered. Okay, so we have a bit more of a mixed bag here. 57% say 30 days, 13% 14 days, 6% say 10 days, and 25% say they may not turn in information to have their application reconsidered. And the correct answer here was 30 days. So even after an application is denied for being incomplete, we do so we are required by statute to be able to allow anyone to appeal. And as part of the way we consider appeals, we do allow applicants to turn in any information that was missing from their documentation that resulted in them being denied during that appeal window. So that 30 days is that appeal window. So a little bit trickier, but good job, everyone. And Tashara was our top participant for these couple questions. Good job, and good job everyone else. Gonna take a few moments here for any clarification questions on everything that we've gone over thus far. Okay. Looks like the first one in the chat that I haven't seen yet is Ingrid. It's been really helpful to have copies of the emails uploaded when requesting info. We've had applicants call and say they never received the incomplete letter, and we can tell them when the email was sent. Perfect. Joni is asking for denied status. Do we use denied incomplete letter or the denial letter? So Joni, we do have 3 different denial letters that populate that will automatically generate based on the denial status that is chosen on the status screen. So the denied incomplete letter will, I believe it will actually tell the applicant what pieces of information we're missing. And it will specifically tell them that they have 30 days in which they can return that. That exact language is going to be different on the denied over income and the denied other letter. In addition to that, because we are trying to track the denial reasons so that we can better address those denial reasons, we are looking to be able to track the reasons why people are denied. So we do ask you if someone's being denied for an incomplete application, that you do actually use the denied incomplete status as opposed to like the denied other status. Will the date on incomplete letters prior to 11/1 be accurate? Stacy, I am hoping so. I will be sure that we work with Rowing on that as we're working on the 2026 updates.
Hey, Tom, I wanted to jump in real quick and go back about the denial letters. They do not give us the option. They don't put what actually was missing. They just give the reason why they were denied. But they don't, if it was incomplete, they don't allow us to like carry those things over.
Okay, so even though those are populating on the incomplete letter, they're not also populating on the denied incomplete letter, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay, I will take a look at that and see if there's anything we can do about that. That's good clarification. Thank you. Angela is asking, please clarify, when receiving incomplete documents, we are expected to go ahead and process the application regardless of the fact that we'll move them ahead of other applications received before this app. Example, received on 12/1 and they return items on 12/13, and we go ahead and process, which means they were completed before the other mail-ins that are in progress. So Angela, it sounds to me like you're saying there that that in that case it's an applicant that applied on 12/1 and was not yet processed to the point of receiving an incomplete letter, and then they're returning the items on 12/13. Are you expected to do it within 14 days, even though there are applications prior to 12/1 that haven't been processed yet? Is that kind of about the shape of things? And I probably need, because I don't think you've spoken yet, so I probably need to enable your mic. Okay, I have enabled your mic, so you should be able to unmute yourself.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so in your example, you said that if incomplete documents were returned within the 14 days that we were expected to offer that courtesy and go ahead and process. So in that, I typed wrong because I was trying to drive and pull over. But so if it was received on 12/1, the application was incomplete, we sent them a letter, they returned their stuff on 12/13. It is the expectation we go ahead and process that and finish it within 14 days. Because we did that 2 years ago. That's the way we were doing it. But then last year it was changed that we had to put them back in the drawer and process them on the date of receipt, regardless that the papers were returned. So I just want to clarify that change this year is going to be that we go ahead and process that when those items come in.
Yeah, I mean, I think since you've already put hands on it to issue that incomplete letter, I think that is fair. I might have to give this a little bit more thought. So the reason I said that, the reason I did put that in earlier is because We have seen some patterns this year of applicants where they turn in, we give them the 14 days, and we they actually follow through and turn in the documents, and then we're seeing some of those applications languish for up to an additional 55 days. So we're trying to avoid that. In that case, and it sounds like in this case you're ahead of things. Yeah, I'm gonna have to think about this one and get back to you on that one probably. All right, is that all right?
Okay. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
perfect. Thank you.
Yeah. Delilah is asking, is there a notification letter to make the applicants aware that for some odd reason the benefit was sent back or rejected? Delilah, we don't have, that's kind of such a specific example. We don't have a form letter for that. And I don't know how, I mean, I think we could possibly generate something that you would be able to use. We wouldn't be able to have something like that in the system just because the system isn't necessarily going to know that benefit was sent back or rejected. So I think that would be a kind of a one-off situation where you're having to where someone is having to contact the applicant directly to inform them of that. We can maybe work on some boilerplate language, but there's not, just to set proper expectations, we're not going to be able to have something like that in the system to be able to have that automatically generated. Sorry. All right. Carla is asking, when someone appeals an approval, we cannot change the status in the system. Also, with the changes Rowing made to EAP Connect, we can no longer update the appeals section on the status tab until the appeal has been worked. This makes it difficult to put the appeals in date of receipt order. Yeah, Carla, I actually just became aware of that myself. I think at the end of last week, I got an appeal in on Friday and tried to log it in the system as a second appeal, and was unable to do that. So I opened a ticket with Rowing, and that's when Rowing let me know that they're already aware of it and are already working on it. So hopefully that once they come up with a fix for that, that will that will hopefully not break again this year once they fix that. As far as not being able to change the status in the system when someone appeals an approval, yeah, I can see that, because if it's an approval and they have benefits on it, benefits can only be on an application that is in approved status, so that status would not be able to be changed, which I imagine would make it difficult to track that appeal because you're not able to put it in appeal status. I think that would be able to be addressed if you're able to log the appeal on the status page, that thing that's broken right now, because then you would at least be able to pull down to a view of active appeals. But unfortunately, that's out right now. So yeah, thankfully we should be getting through the last of the appeals soon. We'll be able to kind of seal up 2025, put that last nail in, and hope that 2026 works better. But thank you for being aware of that, and thank you for bringing that up for everyone else who may not be aware of those issues. Will there be any wording on the appeals screen as to what appeals are? Last season, appeals were treated as a messaging system. Yeah, I'm gonna try to see what can be done with that, because I agree, Stacy, that the way the appeals were being treated, I feel like a lot of applicants kind of discovered that appeal module this year. I feel like a lot of them kind of didn't know it was there last year, and this year they've really discovered it. I know the volume of appeals I've had, the volume of second level appeals, is more than any year, any that I've had since I started in 2019. I don't know what I'm going to be able to do with the minimal changes we're having with Rowing this year. So I don't want to say, I want to say that I'm going to look into that. I don't want to promise I'm going to be able to do anything, because I don't know that I will. But that's something that I think I'm going to be more hands-on with EIS. And Lisa says, if we have not processed that app date, we place it back in that date file. And Stacy says they do the same. So that's good context. I will take it back to the team, and we will come up with some best practice guidance for the network at large on that. So thank you, everyone, for giving me something to think about with that. Onto the hands. I see Brad, and then I see Julie.
All right, Thomas, just suggestions on the approval letter. With the wording, verbiage, I believe it got removed, that it stated that this is a one-time benefit. Can we get that added back in?
Absolutely. I didn't realize that got removed. I'm sorry about that.
Yeah, I believe it did, because I remember it was on there, and then for some other reason it wasn't. The other thing is maybe adding the program year.
Okay.
Our clients get confused. They think they're applying in 2025, so they can apply again in 2026.
Okay.
So just those were the top common things that I noticed on the approval letter. We had one guy got really confused because he thought we were paying his bill every month, $300. So, I mean, he's not the only one, but
sure,
just a suggestion.
That's good feedback. Thank you. All right, Julie.
Yeah. So to follow up on Angela's question, and then Lisa and everybody else, this year with the requirement to, or starting last year, but again, this year to upload information within 14 days, we found ourselves sending out a lot of incomplete letters then, because you're already in the file, you're in EAP Connect, why not? It makes sense. But we didn't then make sure to process those files ahead of others just because they sent stuff in. And I think that'll really, confuse everything if the decision you all make is to, process those in a timely manner, just because, most of our files are incomplete. We're sending a lot of incomplete letters. Some clients send stuff that we need back, some don't. But, it seems like it shouldn't change the first come, first serve dates based on the application dates. Just my 2 cents.
Yeah. And I'm glad you're bringing up that full context, because I think that's helping me to wrap my brain around what the problem, what the root problem is here. So yeah, I do want to clarify at this point that when I wrote that sentence about doing it within 14 days, so a lot of times what I was seeing, and I think what kind of prompted that, was seeing applications where maybe that incomplete letter went out where it was already close to 55 days. And then the applicant actually returns it within 14 days. And then they're kind of being pushed to the back of I think what I've seen is where when it's received, when that documentation is received, that file is then being put back at the back of the queue rather than.
Oh, gotcha. Like the received date and not the actual application date.
I think that's where the confusion was coming in. And yeah, so if things are being worked proactively like that, I'm going to go ahead and say it's absolutely appropriate, to put it back in where the processing is as far as the date that the application itself is received. So you're not going to bump that person up above people who already, who applied earlier.
Right.
By virtue of being incomplete. So yeah, so I hope that clarifies.
Yep, thanks.
Cool. Thank you. Delilah says, to piggyback off the appeal question, per way to appeal stated on bottom of denial letter, are the applicants allowed to just turn missing documentation, or must it be a written statement of appeal along with documents? Yeah, so just to clarify, when it comes to it being if the reason for the denial is the incomplete, they can just turn in those documents during that appeal window. They don't need to actually write a whole message about it. If they just turn in those application or those documents, as long as it's within that 30-day appeal window, you're good. And then Lisa, sorry, I lost my window here. Lisa copy and pasted the text there, so thank you. All right, we just have a couple more slides to go through. We're 8 minutes away from our break, so we are right on schedule with where I wanted to be. So before we break for lunch, just going to go over some best practices. LSPs should consider an internal tracking system to ensure that they track incomplete applications, receipt of missing documents, and timely denial of applications in which the applicant fails to return documents, as well as applications in which DWD or vendor information is requested. I would love it if EAP Connect was that tracking system that could robustly and easily do all of that for all of you. I know that it does not necessarily fulfill all those needs. I know that there are some people on this call who do have an internal tracking system that they are very proud of and will advocate for other agencies to adopt. I don't necessarily want to inundate those people with questions, so I'm not gonna name drop them here. But I'm sure that in another venue at another time, they'd be very happy to talk with you about that. Ensure that applicants have easy access to multiple methods of turning in documents. Minimally, all communications should ensure that the LSP mailing address, phone number, and email address are included. LSPs may also wish to include a fax number if you're still using that. Rather than getting into specifics with applicants concerning timeframes, we do encourage you just to use the guidelines. For instance, if an applicant wishes to know when their eligibility will be determined, simply refer to their application date and the 55-day guideline to let them know when they can expect to have that done. If an applicant is asking about the receipt of their direct benefit payment, refer them to their approval date and the 120-day timeline that is disclosed to them on their approval letter. LSPs must develop their own internal systems to track and integrate applications received via different methods, for instance, online, mail-in, drop-off, in-office appointments, in order to ensure that all applicants are being addressed fairly in a timely manner, and that applicants are not receiving inequitable treatment as a result of how they applied. When sending an incomplete letter to an applicant, be sure to review all the documents and fully determine everything that is missing. This will avoid having to send multiple incomplete letters to the household and will lead to a more efficient eligibility review. I will add to that just something that I have seen in the past. If it's a matter of they're not filling out a form correctly, but it seems clear to you that they're trying to comply with what they're supposed to be doing, if rather than simply sending them that form and asking them fill this out again, fill it out correctly this time, if you can point out what they did incorrectly and let them know what it is that you're actually looking for, that will probably help them to actually provide the information correctly this time. So we just want to make sure that when we're asking for additional documents or asking them to correct documents that are filled out incorrectly, we want to ensure that we're actually setting them up for success rather than just letting them kind of figure it out on their own and possibly fail again. Please always accurately track the application status, including the denial reason. And if in doubt, please feel free to reach out to IHCDA. Remember that as a general rule of thumb, whenever intake has to put their hands on an application, a case note should be left. This ensures that fellow intake staff, EAP manager, IHCDA, and if necessary, federal HHS staff can feel confident that they have the full context on the circumstances of an applicant's case. All right. It is 4 minutes before 12. At this point, we are going to break for lunch. Let's all reconvene here in about an hour, and we will go through the rest of our material at that time. Have a good lunch, everyone. See you in an hour. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. It is 1 minute after 1 o'clock, and I am going to go ahead and get us back on track so that we can hopefully end a little bit early today. So what we have left here is, so I'm going to be going over transmittals. And then I want to say we are going to be going over fiscal monitoring and I think vendor monitoring. We'll take a break in there somewhere. I think right now I'm hoping we can get through the transmittals, fiscal monitoring, and vendor monitoring before taking our break. And then after our break, we will be wrapping up the day with program integrity and investigations. So just to give you kind of a roadmap of what we're looking at for the rest of the day. Still have some people trickling back in from lunch. I hope everyone had a good afternoon. A good lunch break, that is. Great. Looks like the trickle of people coming in has slowed to a stop, so I'm gonna start moving us forward now. So for transmittals, we will be looking at the components of the transmittals, an overview of the transmittal process, pulling a transmittal, numbers, sending to the vendor, making corrections, and submitting the transmittal. We'll be looking at reimbursement transmittal, claim and transmittal timelines, and fiscal monitoring and controls. So first, what are transmittals? Transmittals are the official written and electronic notification to the vendor that we are committing to send a specific amount of money to a vendor as a benefit for a specific account. Language in the EAP MOA instructs the vendor to accept the transmittal as being a binding agreement to pay. And I do want to point out this is true even though the MOA exists between the vendor and IHCDA rather than with the subrecipient. They understand you as a subrecipient to basically to be our partner and to be an arm of what we are doing. It is important that any claims adjustments after a transmittal has been accepted are handled with the addition of positive or negative claims rather than adjusting the existing claim. This is because once the transmittal has been accepted, they have logged in they have that logged into their system. When that batch payment comes through, they know that they are expecting a specific amount. And if that is changed without actually formally changing it in the system, that is going to lead to all kinds of confusion and follow-up, and ends up being a lot more work for everyone involved than it would have been to just put the extra claim in and transmit that separately. So we do not anticipate any changes to the way transmittals are run this year. Next year, when we are in EIS, that will be a completely different story. Just so everyone is prepared for that. IHCDA asks that transmittals be sent to vendors electronically, if possible. Please avoid using regular mail to send transmittals unless this is the only way a vendor can receive them. And please ensure that if you have any of those exceptions that you are notifying IHCA of them so that we know. We are expecting claims to be transmitted to vendors within 14 calendar days of that claim approval. We're expecting, I believe we're expecting the vendors to review, correct those, and send those back to the agency within 7 days of when they receive it from you. And then we expect those corrections to be executed on your end and for the transmittal to be sent to ICDA Fiscal for payment within 7 calendar days of receiving that approval and any corrections from the vendor. ICDA strongly encourages all LSPs to adhere to at least a weekly schedule at minimum, both for transmittals and for the submission of signed transmittals to ICDA Fiscal in order to keep that flow going and to ensure that you don't fall behind on the timelines. So looking at the actual components of a transmittal, transmittals do consist of several components. So there is the transmittal report, which is kind of the written report of all of the different accounts that are receiving benefits. The transmittal signature sheet, the electronic data interchange, or EDI. You will often hear us refer to that as the electronic transmittal. The overpayment remittance sheet, which will only be generated for transmittals that contain a negative claim. Please note that that will be generated as a separate file and it must be sent to the vendor along with any overpayment transmittals. And the direct payment spreadsheet for transmittals that contain direct payment claims only. So some agencies run transmittals completely through program staff, some completely through the fiscal office, and some have a collaborative process, rather. Although the collaborative process is probably the most secure in terms of having checks and balances on obligation levels and the potential for both human error and for fraud, waste, and abuse, there is nothing inherently wrong with the other two methods either. Agencies who run transmittals solely out of their program office or solely out of their fiscal office should ensure that they do have additional communications and corrective procedures in place so that each, the left hand kind of knows what the right hand is doing and vice versa, and each part understands each other's role in this process. So here's just a visual overview of the process. So as you see here, the LSP is generating those transmittals weekly, sending the transmittal to vendor after generating it, either possibly reviewing for correctness before. Vendor reviewing for accuracy and close accounts and signing off on that transmittal and sending it back to the LSP within 7 days. The LSP reviewing those return transmittals, making any changes, then submitting to ICDA for payment within 7 days of receipt from vendor. And if everything goes according to the way it should be going, ICDA should make that payment to the vendor within 30 days of that submission to fiscal. At least every other week, but preferably at least weekly, open claims in EAP Connect will be pulled into a transmittal. That transmittal will be sorted by vendor and by funding source. So each transmittal is going to consist of a list of accounts, information about each account, the benefit amount being pledged for each account, total number of pledges on the transmittal, and an aggregate total of the amount of pledge funding, as well as identifying information for the vendor, the agency, transmittal number, and a batch number. So speaking of those numbers, the transmittal number is, in its current form, is a 12-digit number that is always going to begin with 150000. Those numbers are generated sequentially across the entire network. So it's based on the number of transmittals that are created network-wide. So if you're generating transmittals, you might have 150000364,894. When you go to pull another one, it's not necessarily going to be 364,895 because it's possible that another agency was pulling transmittals at the same time that you were. You might find that 364,895 is for a completely different agency, and you might pull 364,897. Generally, the transmittal number is going to be useful for communicating with ICDA or with vendors about issues with specific transmittals. The batch numbers, on the contrary, are based on transmittals generated by any given LSP. So that is going to vary by subrecipient. So your batch numbers primarily are not going to be very helpful if you're communicating with us about your transmittals or with the vendor. That's mostly going to be good for your own internal use and records. So you have a choice before you send your transmittals that you've generated to the vendor. So some agencies sign off on the transmittal prior to sending it to the vendor. Some agencies send the transmittal off without reviewing it, while others review the transmittals first. We'll talk more about the pros and cons of these later. And as I'm going through these, I recognize that that this is not touching on the vendor portal. And there's a very good reason for that. It's because I have not had any experience playing in the vendor portal myself. So I do not feel qualified to be able to train on that particular part. If anyone needs any refreshing on that, we can definitely set that up with rowing at a later date. I just wanted to throw that in there as I'm going through this because I recognize that that for anyone who is using the vendor portal, this is not necessarily going to align with those procedures. So after you send off the transmittal, the vendor will review and sign the transmittal, signaling acceptance. The vendor is obligated by terms in the MOA to fully review the claims on the transmittal prior to executing the transmittal. At that point, when they're reviewing, they must be making corrections, such as incorrectly entered account numbers or incorrect billing names, flagging inactive or closed accounts for removal, flagging accounts that indicate a service address that they don't serve, etc. And they must mark those on the transmittal. If any claims are flagged for removal, that vendor should also be adjusting the aggregate dollar amount of the entire transmittal. That is a best practice to ensure that everything is still balancing out and that they are going to be receiving the amount of funding that they are expecting to receive. That will help immensely when they actually receive the funding and need to physically deposit into the accounts. For vendors that use EDIs, this process is streamlined because their system will use the EDI to verify the account, and representatives will only have to manually investigate the ones that the system rejects. And the vendor does have a choice to send back either the full transmittal report with those corrections or to just send back the signature sheet. The caveat there is that if they choose to only send the signature sheet, they must have a procedure in place to communicate any corrections, changes, or rejections to the LSP. When the LSP receives that acknowledgement back from the vendor, they will review and they will make any corrections required in the statewide database. All corrections or rejections or deletions must be noted on the that are noted on the transmittal must also be made in EAP Connect or LIT. And that's twofold. That is one, to ensure that we are paying the correct amount, that we're not underpaying or overpaying. It's also to ensure that our documentation matches what we actually should be awarding, that we are not wasting or abusing any federal funds. So So failure to actually make these corrections, rejections, and deletions within the statewide database will lead to monitoring findings, and they could represent federal monitoring findings if they're pulled by HHS. And remember, it's not enough to just know that the vendor is applying the benefit to the correct account. We must be able to actually demonstrate that that benefit is going to the correct account. Failure to remove a rejected claim will result in ICDA overpaying the vendor, which is a waste of federal funds. And these corrections must be made as promptly as possible, but within 1 calendar week at the latest. So once all those corrections are made, the LSP submits the transmittal to ICDA Fiscal for payment through the EAP Connect interface. We're looking for that to be done within 7 days of when you receive that accepted or corrected transmittal from the vendor. When you submit the transmittal, you will be issued a 7-digit claim receipt number. So what you can do with that claim receipt number, if you have access to ICDA Online, is you can actually enter that into ICDA Online to check the status of a claim at any given time. You can actually see where it is in that payment process. And if you need to communicate with claims or accounting staff about the status of a claim, that 7-digit claim receipt number is going to be what's most useful for them in investigating and following up on your claim. They are able to see the transmittal number, but it's not the most intuitive way for them to look up the claims. That 7-digit claim number is what they primarily use to identify their claims. So once you submit to fiscal, it is going through the internal series of reviews that our fiscal department has. These steps are the claims review, the accounting review, and the ACH approval. Each step typically takes about a week. So that means that a vendor is typically getting paid about 3 weeks after you submit the transmittal to ICDA Fiscal. So if you kind of do the math on this, if you think about it, if you're generating a transmittal 2 weeks after an applicant has been awarded a benefit, then it's taking let's just say for the sake of argument, it takes the vendor a full week to review that claim and get it back to you, review that transmittal and get it back to you. Then it takes you a full week to make those corrections and submit to fiscal. So at that point, we're up to 4 weeks. And then we're looking at 3 weeks for the internal steps for ICDA. So that's 7 weeks from the time the applicant got their benefit approved until the vendor actually receives their funding. So that's why we kind of harp a little bit on these timelines and why we make such a big deal out of adhering to the timelines. Because I know your part in the process seems very small and short, but these timelines really add up. So some things to think about with terms of in terms of transmittals, specifically with generation, review, and management. You should consider are the transmittals being grouped by the funding program, the regular versus crisis? Are transmittals being generated by program or fiscal staff, or is there a collaborative process? Are you operating on a fixed and regular schedule for your transmittals? Are transmittals being reviewed by program staff prior to being sent to vendors? And that review doesn't need to really be an in-depth review. Just a kind of a surface level scan of those transmittal documents sometimes can really help to catch errors. Things like irregular amounts. If you have a transmittal that you're reviewing that is supposed to be all regular funding, and you see that it's not an even it's not evenly divisible by 25, you know that there's going to be an irregular amount in there that's incorrect. Any missing account numbers, those are very easy to catch if you're scanning that account before you send or that transmittal before you send it. Any vendors such as Duke or Centerpoint that have fixed account number formats. If you see any account numbers that are not matching that format, that's often very easy to catch during that review phase and correct that before you even send that out to the vendor. Do you have a tracking system set up for your transmittals? Do you follow up with vendors who have not received, if you have not received a return transmittal from them within a certain amount of time? For any vendors that aren't on the vendor portal, considerations on signing or not signing. Several agencies pre-sign their transmittals upon generation, sometimes doing so electronically in order to save time and burden. I know that one of the things that Rowing did roll out a few years ago is an electronic signature to make it even easier and faster to pre-sign these transmittals. An agency signature, you should remember, represents acceptance of the transmittal before the vendor has marked any corrections or rejections. So, one thing you might want to consider is that signing upon return from a vendor can be a good way of documenting and tracking the timeframes for submitting the accepted transmittal to fiscal. But ultimately, there is no right or wrong here. It is up to agencies to have your own processes and to have any necessary contingencies in place that may be needed. Right. Considerations about making and verifying corrections. You want to consider and make sure you have a procedure for whose responsibility it is to make corrections. Is that something that you want the agency manager to do? Is that something that you want to kick back to the staff who made the error in the first place? I think there are pros and cons to both, but it depends on what your approach is and whether you want to prioritize kind of expediting the correction versus using it as a training tool. When making corrections marked by the vendor, are you comparing the corrected information to the information in the file to make sure that all the documentation matches? If corrected information does not match the information in the file, is somebody following up with the vendor to clarify why it's not matching the documentation you already had? If the vendor indicates an account number or billing name has changed, are you requesting documentation of that so that we have it in the file? And if claims are rejected, are you comparing the new total listed on the transmittal to the new total in the EAP Connect submission system? And some considerations regarding collaboration between program staff and fiscal staff. In order to be as successful as possible, program staff and fiscal staff should generally be in lockstep. By knowing what is going on in each other's world and the role that each plays in this transmittal process, you can have more informed discussions about issues such as realistic administrative expenses limits. And program staff can always view full budget details, including any pending claims, through IHCDA online if you have a login. And if you don't have a login, you should know that view-only logins are available. You'll want to talk to, if you don't have an IHCDA online login and you'd like to explore that, you'd really want to talk with your executive director or maybe your fiscal director about that. All right, and now we are going to go over reimbursement transmittals. So reimbursement transmittals are for a very particular kind of claim, namely for those claims, for those crisis biofuel payments, they're made directly to the client by the agency, or for payments made to biofuel vendors who enter into an MOA relationship with the agency and the agency pays directly. So these are going to require some special handling and some additional steps. So essentially, they are going to be handled as regular third-party claims and processed through the transmittal system, since they are still ultimately benefits are going to the client. However, since the agency has basically fronted the value of these benefits to the applicant, rather than being paid out to a vendor, the agency is going to be the payee on these claims. And so these claims are going to reimburse that initial payment that they made. So as system of checks and balances, in order to process these claims correctly and to demonstrate to any federal monitors that the benefits did ultimately go to the applicant rather than to the agency, we are going to need some additional documentation attached to these claims. So all reimbursement transmittals these claims should be assigned to the vendor biofuel dash and whatever the subrecipient name is within EAP Connect. So that's as opposed to the biofuel self-pay. Claims are processed through the transmittal system as usual. Depending on who processes and accepts the transmittals in the agency, the vendor acceptance signature on the transmittal, which will be needed for record-keeping purposes, should be either the EAP manager, the fiscal director, or the executive director. As a best practice, the same person should not be signing as both the agency representative and the vendor representative. It would be a good check or balance to have two separate signatures on that to make sure that that's gone over to it's been reviewed by two sets of eyes. Do take note of the claim receipt number that EAP Connect gives you for your reimbursement transmittal claim, because you will need to go back into ITDA Online and go to that specific transmittal claim in order to attach the additional documentation. Unfortunately, EAP Connect does not allow you to attach this additional documentation through its interface. So after submitting the claim for payment through EAP Connect, you are going to find that claim in ICDA Online using that claim receipt number. And then you're going to open the claim, go into the documents, and upload the appropriate documentation. So if this is reimbursement of crisis that was paid directly to an applicant through a check that was cut by the agency, you should be submitting an itemized applicant list with benefit amounts. The transmittal report can suffice for this, as well as scans or electronic facsimiles of the checks. And for reimbursement of voucher payments to a biofuel vendor, you would need an itemized applicant list with benefit amounts. Once again, the transmittal report will suffice. But instead of just the checks that you cut to the clients, with this you would need scans or electronic facsimiles of executed vouchers, showing that the wood vendor is confirming that they made those deliveries, as well as electronic facsimiles or scans of the payments that you made to the biofuel vendor for those vouchers. So it would be helpful for facilitation of this process if EAP staff and fiscal staff can work out a procedure to create and store those facsimiles of the checks and vouchers in a central location, just so everyone knows where they are and can easily attach them to those claims when needed. All right, and just to review the timelines on everything concerning claims and transmittals. So for any metered utility, non-crisis, eligibility should be determined within 55 days of an application. A metered utility with crisis, the eligibility is determined within 55 days of the application, with the additional mitigation documented in the case. And during moratorium, as a reminder, that mitigation can just be notifying the vendor of moratorium protection. For biofuel or bulk commodity heating fuel, eligibility especially if they are low or out of fuel, should be within 48 hours of application, unless there is alternate mitigation that you're able to confirm. And for any household with indirect energy burden, meaning the heat is included in the rent, that's just within 55 days of application. The claim should be awarded for metered utilities within 14 days of eligibility determination or 55 days from application, whichever is earlier. Biofuel or bulk commodity heating fuel should be within 48 hours of application, much like the eligibility determination, unless alternate mitigation is confirmed. And the indirect energy burden claims awarded would also be within the earlier of 14 days of eligibility determination or 55 days from application. The claims would then be transmitted within 14 days of the claims being awarded, regardless of what type of fuel it is. Claims submitted to ICDA fiscal within 7 days of receipt from vendor, unless it's an indirect energy burden, where obviously there is no vendor that you're sending it to, so that would be within 60 days of eligibility determination. ICDA fiscal reviews and processing takes up to 21 days, regardless of what kind of payment it is. And so final payment of benefit, the final timing of it, assuming that it takes the full 7 days for vendor approval, we're looking at 104 days of application date or 49 days of approval date for the regulated or for any metered utility, within 51 days of application date or 49 days of approval date for bulk or biofuel, and within 115 days of application date or 81 days of approval date for the indirect energy burden. So just to show how those timelines can really add up. All right, and just as a reminder for any negative transmittals, for any overpayments, and for the EBTRs, metered utilities, we should be sending out those negative transmittals and overpayments within 60 days of eligibility determination. And for any address change or EBTR, they should be notifying us within 90 days of account closure. All right, that is going to bring us to our first Slido quiz of the afternoon. So when can a vendor accept a benefit for a closed account? Okay, I am going to need to stop sharing and restart the slideshow apparently, because it does not like the way I did this. I am sorry. I made some changes to the presentation over lunch, and apparently it did not like that. So okay, so we are working now. So yeah, the question was, when can a vendor accept a benefit for a closed account? So we're going back to material that we covered before lunch. All right, so our options are, if The applicant has moved from Bloomington to North Carolina since submitting their application, but they still have service through Duke Energy. The applicant passed away 2 weeks before approval. They were a single-person household, and the applicant left behind $150 in outstanding charges owed. The applicant passed away prior to approval. Other household members from the application still live at the address of application. The remaining household members have switched service into one of their own names. And option 4, the account was closed due to non-payment. The vendor agrees to accept payment and reconnect services under a new account. So we had 90% say option 4, the account was closed due to non-payment. The vendor agrees to accept payment and reconnect services under a new account. 29% said the applicant passed away prior to approval. The other household members from the application still live at the address of application. The remaining household members have switched service into one of their own names. 2% said the applicant passed away 2 weeks before approval. They were a single-person household and left behind $150 in outstanding charges owed. And 7% said the applicant has moved from Bloomington to North Carolina since submitting their application, but they do still have service through Duke Energy, who operates and provides service both in Monroe County, Indiana, and in North Carolina. So options 3 and 4 were correct. So in the case of option 1, because they did move out of the state prior to being approved, they would not be eligible to receive that funding. They would have to apply. They would be denied for us, and they would have to apply in North Carolina. And for option 2, that household, because they pass away before approval, there would not be continuing service. We would not be able to use taxpayer funds just to pay off debt for a deceased person. So we would not be able to pay in that case. But yeah, with this one, I definitely was trying to get some application of concepts here. So good job to everyone who picked up on that with option 3. So on option 3, the key there is that the household members who are still in the house and have switched to service were on the application. And so even though the applicant of record passed away, that application was valid at the time of application, and that household is still receiving service. We aren't going to penalize the entire household when they were approved based on what was there at the time of application, and since they are still in the household.
Okay, Ingrid here.
Hi.
Hi, but the applicant passed away before they were approved. So we've approved an application with a dead person for a dead person?
So we're approving that household. So it's kind of like and Ingrid, I think you and I have worked on cases like this before where say like a household applies and we find out that someone has moved out between when they applied and when they are approved, and we've still been able to, because we said, well, this is still a household. It's definitely it's a fine line here. But in this case where if it was a single person household, it would be completely different. But since it is a complete household, that's what I'm looking at.
Okay, but that's what threw me. They passed
Yeah.
away prior to approval. And so that's where, that's where I was like, we can't approve a person that's passed away. So, but thank you for clarifying that. I appreciate it.
Yeah, it's a fine line for sure. And like I said, I'm definitely playing with application of concepts that are, not surface level at all here. Lisa. Oh, sorry. You have not spoken yet, so I need to. All right, now you can unmute yourself, Lisa. I'm sorry.
Okay, can you hear me?
I can.
Okay, so on that one, what we would have done when we found out the applicant passed away is we would have had the household complete a new application without the household member, because you wouldn't want to connect. You would not want to take that applicant's income into account either. And I mean, it would just have brought up a lot more questions. So is that still an appropriate response? Because I feel like that's more accurate of what the household currently is.
I think that can be appropriate to do. I was looking at this in terms of not burdening that household any further. I can certainly see where you're coming from, and Ingrid, I can see your concerns there. I think that
I don't feel like it's a burden though, because we would just call them, we would verify the information and fill it out as a telephone application and then continue to process.
Yeah, I can see that. I think that's I think that can be valid also. It's definitely a bit of a gray area here, which I acknowledged when I was I acknowledged internally as I was coming up with this question. And I was kind of interested to see where everyone else's thought process was as well. That's definitely part of the reason why I put it in here, was see the reactions and thought processes. Angela.
Okay, can you hear me?
I can.
Okay. My question was on the first one. The applicant has moved from Bloomington to North Carolina since submitting their application, but still has service through the original vendor. Okay, when they signed their application, it's for services going back, correct? It's for services going back. So if they move after it's been submitted and still have the same vendor, we cannot do their application?
If their continuing service is going to be in another state, then no, we cannot pay on that.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. All right. I am going to the chat now. So I see Ingrid has a question about slide 221. So I'm backing up to that one. Last point, can we make a correction before submitting for payment though? So if it has already been accepted by the vendor, that means that they've already locked that in. So
No.
you would not. Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry, let me clarify that. So let's say NIPSCO is taking your claim off the transmittal.
Okay.
So it's okay for me to remove that claim off that transmittal before I submit it rather than paying it and making a negative claim. That's what I was looking for. And I know that it's easier if we're giving an additional benefit to just make that, have that added on another transmittal as a separate claim. Well, once we submit it for payment, we cannot make changes anyway.
Right. Yeah, but so it's yeah, if NIPSCO is removing it from the transmittal, if they're marking it like this is not our customer or we don't have active service for this account anymore, yeah, as part of that process, when they return that to you, that's part of your correction process that you should be removing that. What that point is referring to more is say you after it's been accepted by the vendor, you find out through QA that we didn't count the income correctly and it changed the matrix by 2 points. And now we have to take away $50. Or this household is no longer, we realize that they're not actually eligible and we need to take back their entire benefit. If that's already gone through the vendor and already been accepted by the vendor, at that point you can't change the you can't either delete that amount or just change the amount by 50. You would actually need to put in a negative amount for 50 or a negative amount for the entire benefit, and then do that as a separate claim. And then Ingrid said,
Can I jump in on that real quick?
Yeah.
In regards to that, so if we do find out that we have to remove, let's just say $50 for sake of easy. And the transmittal is already at NIPSCO, they've already locked it in. Do we automatically go in and do the negative claim? Or do we have to wait for that payment to be paid and then do a negative claim?
No, you can do the negative claim right away. You don't need to wait.
Okay. All right, thank you.
You're welcome. Yeah, Ingrid, absolutely. If any questions come up regarding the vendor portal versus the kind of old transmittal method, the classic transmittal method, as it were, definitely helpful. Definitely opened for anyone who's on this call, on this training to offer their perspective on that. Just because, like I said, unfortunately that is one of those absolute blind spots for me, and there's a lot of things that are very helpful about the QA sandbox on EAP Connect, but unfortunately trying to play with the transmittal module and the vendor portal is not one of those areas. So try as I might, I have not been able to actually get any real practice that would allow me to feel confident in giving any direction in that.
And it took me a long time to use the vendor portal because I thought it was going to be complicated, and it is so easy. So
I'm super happy to hear that. Ingrid is asking if it is acceptable to have the staff member doing the QA for the biofuel self-pay client signed as a vendor, which is generally not me. Yeah, I don't. I mean, if it's a staff member that you trust enough to do QA, I think that would be a perfectly acceptable solution. Like I said, my big thing is from checks and balances perspective, it's definitely better to demonstrate that you have at least two sets of eyes reviewing it, especially since you're basically signing off that we're paying ourselves here. We just want to be sure that we are very aware of the optics and are mitigating that as much as possible. And then Anne points out that there is a spot on the members screen to enter deceased household members. Yes, thank you for that reminder. I do believe that that deceased household members indicator, I believe what it does is if you import a household from one year to the next, if you mark someone as a deceased household member, I believe when you import them the next year, it will not import that household member. So it's going to help to make sure that you're not accidentally importing people that shouldn't be there, and also make it easier for the intake staff so that they're it's one less opportunity for human error when they're importing, and in case they don't fully review the application and compare it. How many days do we have to send a letter letting clients know that we removed claims? So I think I'm speaking from memory here, Stacy. So I'm going to ask for a little bit of grace in case I'm misquoting here. I believe that what we say is those claims should be removed within 60 days within 60 days of the benefit determination. And you should, if you're removing those claims, I would say you should be probably sending out notification that day, just to be safe. So I believe 60 days would be the correct answer there. But if I'm wrong and anyone knows I'm wrong, please speak up now.
I just wanted to verify there's no, I mean, I know we notify the client, but I want to say it's 45 days if we catch the error. But is there any type of requirement that we have to notify the client within a certain amount of days? I don't think there is, right? Okay.
No, not separate from that.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. Did we have any other clarification questions before we move into fiscal monitoring and controls? Thanks for that, Stacy. Yeah, I think it's the QA should be done within 45 days, and then we allow that extra 15 days to make any changes. So I think that's where the 45 was coming from. All right, let us move forward into fiscal monitoring and controls. So please note that our monitors will be conducting a review of a sampling of claims as part of that regular EAP monitoring process, along with their normal desktop file review. This is tied to Assurance 10 of the LIHEAP statute, which requires us to have these reviews. As many of the findings that required a corrective action in our last federal monitoring were fiscal in nature, we are working proactively to improve our controls and our processes in that area. And this is very timely since we are going through that process right now as we speak. As such, in EAP monitorings in recent years, we have been moving toward a stronger emphasis on the fiscal matters, and we have been instituting more robust controls and requirements at that fiscal level. So during the monitoring process, the expectations of fiscal staff in terms of responding to questions and requests for information documentation, as well as corrective actions, are the same as they are for programmatic staff during the file review portion of the monitoring. Remember that because this is a federally mandated monitoring, it is important that all staff members involved in the monitoring approach it as they would if it were the car or any monitoring by HHS. Remember that we have 20 subrecipients that we must monitor every year. And in order to do this, we must coordinate the monitoring team's schedules with the schedules of managers and directors at each subrecipient's office. It is a huge undertaking, and any delays at any level can risk throwing a wrench into our entire plan. One area that HHS has been putting renewed focus on in all of their communications with their grantees in recent years is vendor refunds and return of funds. I can tell you that I've already fielded questions specifically on refund and return of funds this week from our current monitoring. Our current policy states that if a utility vendor does not return funds from an overpayment, remittance, or negative transmittal, it becomes the LSP's responsibility to return those funds from their unrestricted funding sources. However, it does appear that with some exceptions, this is either largely not happening, or if it is happening, the repayment is not being linked to the ROF claim. And as a result, in our system, it looks like we have this huge amount of outstanding repayment that have not been made. So to address this, it is necessary that LSPs monitor their outstanding return of funds claims in EAP Connect or in ICDA Online. Please remember that if a vendor declines to return funds for an overpayment, it will be the LSP's responsibility to repay that outstanding claim. And we will be making efforts to monitor that more proactively going forward. And please note that we do expect that all outstanding return of funds claims must be received and reconciled by ICDA prior to closeout. The EAP claims cover sheet, remember, is required to accompany all claims submitted in ICDA Online. Please note that claims in which expenses are allocated among several departments or grants, the LSP must have a cost allocation plan on file with ICDA, and those allocated costs must be detailed to the line item level. For instance, allocated salary, allocated rent, in either the initial general ledger or in a supplemental document. And also remember, please, that food may only be paid for using EAP funds if it is provided as part of a training that is either EAP focused in nature or has a relevant application to EAP. The training purpose or agenda must be detailed as part of that claim. And if the costs are allocated to several departments, the guidance above also applies. All right. Going to take Ingrid's question in the chat, then I'm going to go to Stacy. So Ingrid asks, if the vendor signs a negative claim transmittal, can we assume that they are returning the funds? Is there a mechanism that lets us know that funds were not returned by the vendor? Great question. Yes, if they sign a transmittal, they are accepting that. So yeah, if we contact you about an outstanding return of funds claim that has not been paid, and you have something showing that the vendor accepted it, you please let us know. And at that point, we can reach out to the vendor and say, hey, what about this? As far as there being a mechanism that lets you know that the funds were not returned, so this is one of those things where I don't know what I don't know, because we at ICDA have a fundamentally different interface with EAP Connect than all of you do. I know back in the RIA days, until it was reconciled, that would still show up in I think like the unpaid transmittals view. I don't know if that is still a thing with EAP Connect or not.
So now that you said that if we have the vendor signature on the negative claim, I know what the mechanism now is, because
Okay.
I will once they sent that to me, I will actually submit that like I would a claim that needs to be paid. So then on your end, there is a record of that. My question was more, if the signed transmittal is not sufficient, what would the mechanism be? But since the signed
Gotcha.
transmittal works, now I can figure that out myself.
Perfect. Yeah. And and I'll be honest, Ingrid, there have definitely been times where we've found out that something that was sitting there looking like it was outstanding for a long time actually was paid. And the problem comes in when the vendor doesn't necessarily do their part. So we can send them you send them the negative transmittal, and what they are supposed to do is they are supposed to send that payment back with the negative transmittal, or if they're sending back multiple repayments, they're supposed to send back that